I look away for 1 second. Oh, fuck, my mouth. Can we at the very least save it until we do the Jankathon? God damn, guys, quit it. Though I will say, Mr. Meows, I need that emote real bad. The gun pointing away and gun pointing in. That's so funny. The meds alarm. Take your meds, everyone. All right, everyone. Captain is the winner of this. We're all satisfied. We're all proud, and the battle is over. The victors remaining. Hype trains training. You're all wonderful. I'll bow out for now since you're on mobile. Guys, there has to be better ways to have this contest. Like, I feel like I'm unnecessarily benefiting off of this. Like, you could just throw money at each other. You guys could just get each other's fucking PayPals and just have this little jankathon by yourself. Or more accurately, jackathon. Emmy, hello, how are you doing? What's going on? Thanks, you're feeling strange. Is what I would like to say is crazy work. Captain, I would feel weird thanking you for these bits because they're not about me. They're not even remotely about me. This is a dick measuring contest between you and someone else, and I'm just here for it. And I love you, and I appreciate you, but cut it out. Fucking hell. Good song to come into. Voltaire's always a good time to come in. Astral Cricket, welcome in. I was just thinking the other day that it had been a second since I seen you. How you been? What's new? I'm listening to Voltaire every day during October. And sometimes not. There's a specific really sad song that I used for inspiration for the game I'm writing. You are our ref? I don't fuck with that. Oh, don't worry, I'll also be throwing money at you when Jankathon starts. No, it's too late. It's too late. You've blown your load. That's it. I'm cutting you off. L. It's the song about the fallen angel is the one that I used for my world. It's the whole Lucifer based fucking album is very cool, and I like his writing a lot. But did you just L me? I sure did, and it's, let's not lie to ourselves, not the first time I've done that. Been doing good, just busy. Got to disappear again, though, to go do dinner. Y'all have a great stream. Have a great dinner. Thank you for stopping in. It's lovely to see you, as always. I hope it's good. I hope it's yummy. Cat's friend, Fetid's friend, whatever reality we choose to live in this moment, brought over this rosemary baked bread that fucks incredibly hard. Dick measured, load blown, bits thrown. If that's not the title of my album, when I finally come out with a cover album, that's the title. Dick measured, load blown, bits thrown. Someone write that down in the quotes thing or somewhere. I'll forget it anyway, but we could pretend that I won't. Oh. God, I love bread. Brian David Gilbert crying in the background, as it was meant to be. I'll remember this? No, you won't. I actually don't know how good your memory is. I just assume it's bad because mine is terrible. Ooh! Get it! No time to talk. Yeah! Jamming time! I shove bread in my face, you jam, all is right in the world. I can't remember what my name is at the time. See? Peas in a pod, eggs in a shell. You know, similar people attracted to the same nut house. Well, attracted is a strong word for dragged, but, you know, we both here. We both kind of here because of Captain. No, you're here because of Captain. I'm here adjacent to Captain. I would not be here if Captain did not come around to be a dork. Probably. Honestly. But, you know, you have first dibs on him. But, you know, that doesn't mean I can't slurp him. What am I fucking talking about? Neither can see for cool. Huh? 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 God, I'm so excited for D&D. Guys, I got D&D tomorrow. The lovely Alpha Emery is GMing. I know, you're jealous. It's okay. You can stay jealous. Who's that? I don't know, some guy. We love a random creep. We love a random creep so much we put them in the mod position. We put those bitches in power. Thank you for the level 3. Level 3? I thought it was level 2. Fuck you guys. Thank you guys for the... You gifted a sub as well? Who got a sub? I mean, congrats to whoever got a sub. Sarah's Calico Hemlo am stuck at Walmart. That's no good. You don't want to be stuck there. Actually, I've had a notebook open writing notes all day at work. Hell yeah. Hell, I'm having a fuck of a time writing my character. I've just decided that she's gonna be bad. I tried desperately to make the invocations work with the weird little build I was doing. So many of the invocations that upgrade your cantrips require an attack roll, and I'm trying to build her around Mind Sliver. And when you take an invocation that upgrades a cantrip, you have to choose the cantrip that it upgrades, and it doesn't upgrade any others. So fuck it. Her cantrips are just going to be kind of bad, but she has a few of them she can play between. She's a what is it? When you're not effective, but you pretend you are because you can do many different tasks. There's a word for it. There's a word for it. A something caster. Economical? The sub was my renewal. Oh yeah! That's right. Love you. I've been bullying you for 6 months, by the way. That's half a fucking year. Have you been here since the beginning as well? Have I been streaming for 6 months? Have I been streaming for more than 6 months? Jack of all trades? No, that's not it. That's not it. Oh, fucking hell. It's like, I don't know, multiple tools in your tool belt. Fucking 7 months! I've been streaming for 7 fucking months? That's more than halfway to a year. What the fuck? What the fuck? How the fuck have you been following me for less than you've been subbed to me? Something is broken. Sub is always a month early. I see. It's following me for 5 months. Jesus Christ. How long am I planning on keeping this up? This is insane. This is fucking insane. You know what? Let's cap it off here. I can't, you know, we can all see where this is going, right? We all understand that this is, you know, a bomb and the fuse is ticking, I'm just gonna, you know, you guys can still chill the house, obviously, but you know, like, I'm clearly done here. So thanks guys, love you, bye. You know, I would leave, but you know, you don't gotta. Bye. Yeah, I want to meet at Denny's. Okay, meet you guys at Denny's. Peace. No, we can't go to Waffle House instead. I don't have a Waffle House. When I have a fucking national emergency, I have to just trust my gut instinct. Not some waffle index. Waffle House works. I haven't been in a fist fight in a while. You guys are having all the fun down there. Ugh. That line. Wait, hold on. That line. Let me just pause it really quick in case you didn't hear it. Sodomy is not just for animals. Human flesh is not just for cannibals. I heard that line in my car, started laughing hysterically, and was like, maybe I cover this song for Halloween. Maybe that's a subathon goal. That's the thing I forgot, by the way, to set goals. And I had an idea. I had a little idea that you could, like, if you give 5 subs, or I don't know, a random number, you can choose to also gamble to subtract or add time to how much time you've added to the subathon. I don't know. I love the idea of a wheel. I fuck with a wheel. I don't like to plan to go to Denny's that more. Well, I don't like to plan to go to Denny's that more like, oh, well, everything else is closed. I guess we end up at Denny's. True. I only end up at Denny's when I'm cold and wet. And I mean that shit. Gotta get that grand slam. Oh, I'll give you a grand slam, baby. If the Waffle House cook ain't standing outside smoking a hand-rolled cigarette when you walk up, it won't be good. And that's true. And that's true. Waffle House is a soft spot in my heart. That glowing yellow sign has been my pearly gates many a night at 2 a.m. drunk out of my mind. True. Very true. Me when I point at my face. There I am. There I am. I'm in there. Emery, you need a happy emote. I always want to react to your stuff in your server with your emotes, but you don't have one of just you smiling or thumbs up it. I need something for the good times. When's the good times? Do I just point at you every time I approve of what you do? Just the you open mouth pointing? Every time you're like, good morning, I'm like, oh, he said good morning. I like when he does that. She's doing it. She's doing it in there. She's scamping around. Is the Zig written on as well? That's a curse. Someone's casting curses. As soon as someone's writing on parchment and then burning it, I don't fuck with it. I'll get on it tonight. Thank you. Thank you. You're a hero. You're a saint. You're lovely. Music is a tiny bit loud. Wow, it really is. I didn't look at the thing at all. Sorry, I hope you guys have heard all my funny jokes. They are on point tonight. And not just because I've chosen to drink caffeine late into the night. I've just decided, fuck it. Who needs sleep? And training is like only got me working 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Guys, I could have started stream much earlier. But on one hand, I justify it by saying, oh, but maybe they're not they got shit going on. I can't just be streaming whenever. And like, what if it's just me and I'll feel awkward? And the other is I keep getting distracted playing Hearthstone. I know. Also, Balatro. I'm so bad at Balatro. I'm really bad at Balatro. I love a good 6 p.m. coffee. Ugh. Well, I use the fucking Gamer stuff, but I'm trying not to be awake all night, so I used 1 scoop of it, so it's just like, man, this water has a vague aftertaste and it makes me feel like a crack addict. Someday I'm gonna get my wish. The monkey's paw is gonna curl, and this is gonna become my main income, and my sleep schedule is gonna become a nightmarish Cthulhuian monster. Speaking of nightmare Cthulhu-ish monsters, can I talk about my character? Guys, can I talk about my D&D character that I'm playing in Emery's campaign? 1 scoop is like 100 milligrams still. It's so much. It's an absurd amount. Shit, I don't know. If it is, then they're a fucking wizard about to cook that food good as fuck. True. Wizards. Okay, guys, let me grab some pictures. I sent them to Captain because I was like, because I sent one to Emery to use as the token picture on the online thing, whichever one we're using. Roll20, yes. I never end up using Roll20. I don't know how it works. We'll see if it's good. But I found a few pictures, and I found them on Pinterest. So, of course, they're probably AI. But you know what? We're out here. Ooh, I already have that one. Hold on. One of them isn't, though, I know. The one I sent isn't, because Kat looked at it and went, I know that artist. I follow them on Instagram. I was like, oh, send them to me. And you sent me a picture of what looks very much like Dark Link, but I'm assured isn't. But God, does he look? Can I show you guys, Captain, can I show the image you sent me for your character? Sent them when we lost track of time. That was crazy. Kat was at work. Or no, Kat wasn't even at work. Kat was at the fucking train station and just had been texting me all day like, God, I'm having a rough day. I need you to pick me up. I need a little treat. I'm like, I will be there for you. I am a person who can be there on time for things I have promised to be there for. And then me and Captain are just talking about D&D. We go, yep. And then suddenly I look at my phone and it's like, oh, the train is delayed. I'm like, oh, okay. Thank God, because it's now. The time I should be leaving is now. The time I should be there is now. And I went, oh no, there was a text just after that saying, did you get that text? And I went, no, I'm sorry. I'm leaving. I think mine might either be AI or AI assisted, right? I also was in VC while you were scrolling for like an hour searching. Yeah, I need a very specific vibe. Okay, first I'm going to show you guys as captains. Let's activate a picture. Ooh, do you guys remember this? It was cool. I said I was going to update it every week, and then I didn't. This is the one Captain sent me, right? This is Dark Link. It looks like Dark Link, especially like the way Emery cut it out is so it looks like it cut out part of the hood so it looks like it could be a pointed hat. I'm just like, please, who else could that be? How many other pale-skinned, white-haired anime characters as D&D characters can there be? Turns out, a fuck ton, but that's neither here nor there. Small Gray Cat, I was just yapping about you, all good things and not my own failures, because I don't have those. But hi, how are you doing? It's hilarious where you're yapping and she just goes, oh shit, oh fuck, I'm late, oh fuck, click. I did do that. How could you fail, right? It doesn't happen, it never happens. Anyway, that's enough about Captain's character. I'm excited to know about Captain's character, but I don't know a whole lot yet. Just the class, which I believe is a fighter. But this is the one I found. This is the one I sent Emery as a like artistic representation of my gal. So I'll leave that up in the corner, and then I'll also, if I'm good at my job, put up a couple other pictures. Sorry, I'm just realizing I always just leave pictures as scenes in my OBS. Guys, do you remember this moment? Hold on. This was a banger. This remains a banger. Sad to get rid of her, but we survive. The other picture, this one, quite good. Does it fit her a whole lot? No, but is it a great old one? Double great. Great old one warlock image? Yes, it sure is. Okay, new picture. I know how to make new scenes. Source. Image. Yeah, she's cooking with gas. And then the third one that I was stuck between was this one. Oh, she's huge. Yeah, you know, some creepy nebulously formed entities, right? All fun and games. Where is it? That, let me click on, please move. Okay. Anyway, there it is. Kind of cool, right? Kind of cool. That makes me think of pitch canker. I don't know what that is. Is that something you think I would like? You should send it to me. You should send it to me. Also, I just got Seifer Cool's character, who looks fucking dope, in the group chat. Okay, sick. They're an artist. Well, I assumed that. A great old one? That's right, the greatest. The greater old one. Greater older oneer. I'll send you their Insta. Thank you, Captain. Thank you. Anyway, the girl I'm making, her name is Karnis Ita. She is a great old one warlock, and I gave her, because we're allowed to start at level 5, I'm just pretending she had the level 5 invocation her whole life because it fits her backstory better. She has the cast alter self at will invocation, and I'm going to use it to make her kind of physical form constantly shaping, and the Great Old One has a new ability in the 2024 rules that allows you to turn any damage dealt with warlock spells into psychic damage, sick, and any warlock spell that is from the illusion or enchantment school to not use verbal or somatic components. So she's just not gonna do, and you could still do the thing where you can communicate telepathically with people as a bonus action. So she's just not gonna talk or move much. She just stands there staring at people and shit happens and her body morphs all around, and like, I don't know, when she casts, like, if she casts like Thunder Wave or something, her body like opens up like the Thing, like fucking Arctic horror movie shit. It's so good. I got a tarot card set from them and it's great. That's the one you were talking about. I see. I love a tarot set. Oh, I have one on my desk actually that I enjoy. I have two on my desk actually that I enjoy so much that I use often. Currently I can only find the one. There's another one somewhere, but I have the Star Spinner Tarot, which has been a goodie for a while. She's been with me for a sec. And then the other one is somewhere. I'm not sure where I've put them, but you know, it'll turn up. But it's creepy. It's got creepier art, and I love the vibes. I adore the vibes. They're horrific. What's all that art? This is art that I was debating using for the D&D character that I'm playing in tomorrow's campaign under Alpha Emery, a campaign that I can't stop talking about even though it hasn't even started. It's a mini campaign. It's like a couple shot. But, you know, I get too obsessed with every character I write. Apologies I'm late. How dare you? Girl, there's no late. Welcome in. Thanks for being here. I have the Empress deck. It's 98% female representation D&D tarot set. Oh, the Star Spinner tarot has 4 different cards for the lovers for different like sexualities, and I think it's very, very cute. It's very, very good. Trying to look. Who is the artist? I actually don't have the light on over here. Let me turn on the light, even though we're gonna be dead spacing in a moment. Any moment. I still need to be able to read occasionally. Ah! Jump scare. Jump scare. Moth turns the light on. You can see her horrific face. No late to know what was going on. Oh, you're good. I don't mind explaining shit. By Trungles. Trungles. Designed by Maggie Edelman and Evelyn Ferrata. I actually haven't looked these people up, but I should, because the art on this deck is crazy good. Someday, when we have a hand cam, I will be able to show you some of them. I might have to... I don't know. It's like... It's tasteful. It's tasteful nudity. It's fine. Twitch will be fine. Twitch will stop crying. They'll live. Or they won't. Hello! Can I share something crazy? Always. Always and permanently. But I am going to keep talking about my D&D character while you do. Holy shit, the artist Captain just sent me is fucking awesome. Holy shit, that's a follow. That's the quickest follow I ever done. Is this the right account? Who knows? I'll follow again if I gotta. I'll follow again if I gotta. They brought me to the carcass pits at work today. Please elaborate on what the carcass pits are. Dear God. I'm gonna actually paste, Captain, the thing you sent me into the Discord. If anybody wants to look at it, it'll be an artists are so fucking cool. What a crazy Instagram. There was a bear? Jesus. Several 20-foot tall piles of mulch and bones. Yes, the carcass bits. I beg your pardon? I beg your pardon? That is sick. That is incredibly sick. Oh my god. Fucking so cool. But yes, Carnis Ita is oh fucking hell, I always forget the name. Like, I was looking through, because I like writing, as some of you may be aware. I love writing, and so I was looking up the different great old ones that are like canon for the Forgotten Realms. Let me actually look at it really quick. I was also looking at Yugoloths for the design, because okay, so, oh god, you've raided into the nerdiest moment of my fucking life. I'm talking about a D&D character that will be played for like a 1 to 3 shot. But love you, thank you for being here. Vesper, how was your stream? What were you up to? You're playing Megabonk? I've seen some of that. It looks fun. Were you enjoying it? Were you hanging out with fucks? The Rizdun, that's the guy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The Riz. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I got horny bonked? Then you're doing it right. Then whatever you were doing it right. Welcome in. Thank you so much for coming. I'm talking about my D&D character. I'm obsessed with her. I may only get to play her for like 2 to 3 sessions, but it doesn't matter. What were you horny about in fucking Megabonk? I thought Megabonk was like RuneScape-y fucking graphics. I might be wrong about that. Stand dead, you're dead, you're dead. Is it possible to learn this power? Getting horny bonked? I promise you. Cat, calm down. Cat's been on a RuneScape craze lately. Stop. Because it's Megabonk, I'm being a goof. Artfully. That is fair. Oh, I have been soul raided into a lamplicker. Is that the bastard Dream Invader? How are you doing, Rue? I love you dearly. It's good to see you. It's been a second. If there's bonking involved, horny is always a possibility. And this is true. And I live by that. And I do live by that. I'm getting so mixed up trying to talk about this D&D character. So I'm going to go in order of how I created her, right? I was trying to find a class. I ended up on Warlock because I love Warlock. I ended up on Great Old One Warlock because of those new abilities I was talking about, where you can turn any Warlock damage into psychic damage, which is sick. And don't use verbal or somatic components for illusion or enchantment spells. So all of her shit, as much of it as I could, illusion and enchantment, because I just want her to be creepily staring and not talking. She can talk. She just doesn't usually. She like, since she can do the whole like mind meld thing, she's like, what's the point of talking unless I need to communicate with lots of people at once? So if she's talking to a group of people, she'll talk. Oh, god damn you. You know what? I'll take it. I'll take it. It's almost nostalgic to be lamped. I say as if I'm not lamped every goddamn night of my life. I told you if any like the way a game is flowing, this shit could go on forever. Shh. We're trying to keep it a secret that I'm trying to peer pressure Emery into making it last longer. Moth, you may want to sit down for this. This game could easily go to 10 sessions. I also like writing. Yes! Fuck yeah! I'm gonna play this bitch for a while, hopefully. Fingers crossed. She's a vampire! Oh. Vampire Ska. What a good song. What a good song. Anyway, we went for that, and then I was like, why not? Let's be a tiefling warlock. Let's live the stereotype. And then it's like, oh, the 3 warlock things. And I look at Chthonic warlock, and I'm like, I actually don't know that much about Chthonic legacy warlocks. So let me look up a bit about them before choosing, right? I'll look up a bit about them. So I go and look up a bit about Chthonic legacy warlocks, and they come from fucking true neutral demons. And so I'm like, okay, what's an example of true neutral demons? And I go to Yugoloths. Yugoloths, if you have never had the pleasure of going down this particular D&D rabbit hole, are freaky bug-looking motherfuckers. I got alert because it's very late here. Well, thank you very much for rating your people, and thank you very much for trusting me with your bastards. They're mine now, and I get to be creeps at them, as they will be creeps to me. It is the theme. Have a good night, Vesper. Love you. Good seeing you. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a good sleep. Yes. True neutral devils. This song is too clear. The words are too clear, and it's throwing me off my fucking thing. They're freaky bug-looking things. Some of the more powerful ones have these like huge tusks that are so like wide out of their mouth that it like peels their lips out and makes like them bare all their teeth all the time. They look freaky as shit. So I was like, not only am I giving her alter self to be horrific, I'm also gonna make her a pretty bug-like looking tiefling. Let me tell you, Googling creepy bug tiefling, not a lot of results. So that's why we went for the more artsy version with these images down here for inspiration on the character. But yeah, she's gonna have like a mouth that peels open farther and farther, very alien-esque. I'm not sure what to do with her horns, but they'll probably be kind of like mine, kind of like antenna looking things. Mesonoloth, I think, is the most interesting to me because Bro has a lair and regional effects just for their little 5-person boat. Ooh, hold on guys, I'm googling Mesonoloth. Ooh, yes, those are the creepy bug looking motherfuckers. Yeah, they're great. They're great. I love them. I like their looks. Wretched grunts. Low intelligence. Fearsome combat skill. I see. Ooh, kind of sick. Mesoloth sellsword quote right below. You can hire me for 500 gold. You can trust me for 10,000 more. Kind of sick. Oh, they look very different in the different editions. Always pretty bug-like, except for in 4th edition where they got kind of vulture-y. Or maybe not. No, just the one in the middle. No, they've always been kind of bug-like pinchers. One time they had more limbs, but that seems to be 5th and 4th and... Okay, so since 3rd edition onward. 2nd and 1st looks weird as fuck, let me tell you. They've got, like, the mouth of a mule. Like... I don't know, but I kind of fuck with it. They look more demon-y, I'll say, in 2nd and 1st edition. But then they took on a bug form, and I like the bug form for my own purposes. But honestly, now that I've seen the old, kind of miss them. Not the 1st edition. 1st edition looks terrible. But 2nd edition, if you look up Mesoloth on the fucking ForgottenRealms.fandom, pretty cool. Pretty cool shit. It's basically just Charon from Greek mythology. Interesting. Mesonoloth. I think I might be... Oh, yeah. I'm on the wrong thing. I'm on Mesoloths, not Mesonoloth. He's not on here. Interesting. Hold on. Let me try and find him. No, I can't fucking find him for shit. Can you send me something? Because I can only find Mesoloths. Ugh. Anyway. Ooh, Corruptors of Fate were the one I was looking for the freaky tusk and the teeth and the bare teeth. But anyway, I've made her freaky looking, I've made her shifty, I've made her never talk and not have to use verbal or somatic components for a lot of her spells, so she'll just be clutching weird objects and then crazy shit happens. Also, a fascinating thing with Mindsliver and Find Familiar, because I've made her Pact of the Chain, is she needs to have visual on the enemy and they need to be within range. Those are the 2 stipulations. And your familiar can turn invisible and you can see through its eyes. So I can just send this little fucker into somebody's house, sit outside, kind of sit down, close my eyes, take a little nap, or make it look like I'm taking a little nap, and they just start fucking hurting. I think that's sick. I think that's incredibly sick. I don't know. I'm excited for her. She's creepy. She's weird. She's got strange little things. I have backstory things that I could go into, but since Captain is here and Captain is in the game, I don't know. Emery, is it gonna become relevant? should I avoid talking about the backstory stuff that I talked to you about in front of Captain? Now you're on the right one. I can't remember how it was spelled. Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. But if I can, I will be talking about it. If not, that's okay. I'll be patient. I'll be patient. Cat will have to deal with it. But that's okay. I can literally mute for 5 minutes if you need me to. And Marie? And Marie? Does Captain need to mute? Emery's gone. Emery's left us. Okay. I will 100% be bringing in players' backstories as plot elements. Okay, Captain. Captain, I'm setting a timer. I'm setting a timer. You offered me 5 minutes. I don't think I'd need 5 minutes, but I'll take 5 minutes, okay? I'm setting a timer, and I'm going to start it when I see your message go in the chat, okay? Actually, I'm going to set my timer for 4 minutes, but you set yours for 5 minutes because there's a delay, right? I think that's how it works. So when I see you say go, I start this timer and start talking. Just at me when you're done starting. Now! Ah! Okay. So the person I was talking about, the Karizdun or whatever the fuck his name was, is not a entity so much as he is a shifting darkness. Whenever he is hi Diane, I'm talking about D&D. Whenever he is communed by his warlocks and cults, he is also referred to as the Chain God, the Eater of Worlds, the Elder Elemental Eye. Sick, I know. He has only been understood through like maddening screams. He's never like actually communicated with any of his ilk, right? He is an amorphous rolling pitch darkness. So she's from a cult. She originally, I am Eater of Moths and shall be chained. I didn't. So this cult, her original name was like Juliana Fletcher, something super run-of-the-mill, super easy. She goes off to seek adventure. She gets fucking nabbed by a cult of Tharizdun. They take her and they use her in a ritual to commune with their god. So she gets tethered to him and starts like speaking in tongues. They learn nothing new, but they still do it repeatedly because that's their guy. They gotta communicate to him. They're trying to learn things. They're trying to see visions within tongues. And then I, Juliana, clearly go mad, lose everything, lose my memories, lose my whole shit. And my skin is like melting off and all that crazy shit. And now I'm a warlock, great old one. And they're like, hey, you're a child of Tharizdun. That's awesome. They don't like revere me as a god, but I'm like a religious idol of theirs. So they're like, that's great. You're now a messenger of his will. Our cult is much more important than you. Like, they don't say this bit out loud, but like their cult is much more important than the children of Tharizdun, but like they're still like holy relics. So they're like, go into the world, speak of his end. We are gonna put a bag over your head and drop you in the woods because we don't, when you inevitably melt or get captured and killed or questioned, as you seemingly are wont to do, we don't want you to lead them back to us. So, you know, here's some food, here's some relics, here's some advice. Hit the road, Jack. And so she goes out and she has the guide background. So she basically was in the woods and people were like, oh, I need protection. She's like, I could try and protect you. She has a weird like affinity for like creatures who would be considered evil. So she's just like, everyone should deserve the chance to exist. Like, existing is great. I love existing. So great evil things should be allowed to be summoned into the world because, you know, it's great here. So that's how she's kind of like slightly evil, slightly good. She still likes things. She likes all living things, just even the ones that kill other things. So that's where she is. I'm still kind of working out the kinks on how her logic gets around her killing things, as D&D parties are inevitably want to do, but she's a work in progress. But that's my whole thing for her, and I'm excited to see how that shit rolls out. 50 seconds to spare on the timer. I'm gonna @ Captain just to make sure he knows I'm done talking about stuff that might involve him. Talking. Anyway, a cool character, right? Guys, I'm so excited. Cap, I never got my pit. I did the final words and everything. Oh, you did get final words. Might be. Cap, can I get refunded? The irony of my last words are ruined. You could get a refund, or... Don't worry, Cap, I got it. Wait. Were you hearing me in typing that, or or were we just on the exact same brain molecule? Ugh, what fun we have. I'm literally sweating. The brain cell is strong. It's strong and stupid at the same time, and I love it. Guys, I'm gonna boot up Dead Space. If my model dies, I'll cry. That's what we got going for us. I'm taking off my sweater, and then I realized I'm not wearing a shirt under it. Ooh, everyone get excited. Or don't. You know, it's up to you. Whatever you're into. Okay. Let me hide all these pictures. I would shout out the artists behind those, but I bet some of them are AI, and I don't know the others. So, reverse image searching could probably get me somewhere if I knew how to do it. Looking respectfully? What a shame. I mean, yeah, good. Look respectfully. Yeah, I hope everyone enjoyed my little rant about my little character. I'm gonna bust myself out of this lamp. I hope you all are okay with that. I hope you all don't feel cheated. Motherfucker. Wait, hold on. Pay no attention. Pay no attention to the magic box behind the cryptid. Okay. Sorry, Bring Me the Horizon. You have to stop. I have lost my connection to EA servers. What else is new? Okay. Let's do this shit. Gonna listen in while I eat my soup and try to finish my character sheet? Real, I gotta finish my character sheet. Ugh. Ugh. But you know, we make do. Do I remember how to play? Not really. How do I get it to tell me where to go? I remember it was different. Ooh. It's not J, it's not H, it's not K, it's not L. What the fuck? H? Is it G? Huh. I have no idea. B. Oh, that way. Well, thank God I looked it up, huh?
Entering zero gravity.
Ooh, yippee. I love it. I love it when I do that. I love the way I run. Wait, isn't this where I'm supposed to be? Oh, no? Oh. Activate. No. Is it not E? Is E not the right? Ooh, well, that's fine. Huh. What is going on with it? Maybe I need to do something over there? Ooh, I thought it was Alt to get up off the ground. It's not. Uh-oh. Boys, we have forgotten how to play. If I finish my character sheet, I mean play Monster Hunter with the sheet up and actually finish it an hour before the game starts tomorrow night. God, you're just like me for real. Guys, how do we get up? Ah, there it is. Cool. Are we missing any others? We must be, right? Okay. It looks like there's some missing down here. God, I wish you could... Okay. Huh. How about now? No. Huh. A puzzle. I'm famously quite good at those. Speaking of D&D, I want to get you wrapped up in one of our scuffed Baldur's Gate 3 runs when we all have some free time, so you can experience having to play Where's Waldo when C for Cool disappears. That does sound like a good time. I still haven't beat Baldur's Gate, and I still would like to beat it on my own. So there's a certain distance that I'd be willing to play to. But if you're willing to deal with me being a bit irritating about that, then I would more than appreciate. Oh, I see. You don't need all of them. You just need to get the line to the top.
Ellie, the damn cooling core is extended and pieces are everywhere.
Really? It won't work unless all the cooling tubes are connected.
Yeah, I see the two paths on the floating components. I think I can match them up with the right sockets.
You better hurry. The GovSec is getting further away by the minute.
I know, I'm going as fast as I can. Look, I'll contact you when I'm done.
Thank you for letting me know. Uh-oh. That doesn't work, huh? Fine. Is there another one missing? Kinda seems like... maybe? Okay. I don't necessarily fuck with this. Really does not... I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't fuck with it. I don't get it. I must be missing one, because it doesn't like being replaced to other places, you know? Ooh, oxygen recharge. Uh-oh. Am I about to have to do this shit without oxygen? That would be awesome. Undalrul! Hello! How you doing? You missed talking about D&D characters, but besides that, you've missed nothing of relevance. How have you been? Huh. You've also... You haven't missed me fucking up this puzzle, but I wish you had. I missed something extremely relevant. I promise you didn't. Like, it does not fuck with... Okay. tell which ones I can take off. Which ones I cannot. Clearly this one I can take off. Yeah. It looks like that one I should be able to take off, but I can't. I really need one that's pointing up and down, which I don't have. Which seems not ideal. Right? I have that one, which is pointing to the side. And I have another one that is somewhere. Uh-oh. God. Sometimes I have these desires where I'm like, maybe I could just sneak on, check if there's a difficult puzzle, and then just finish it by myself, without anybody having to know that I'm an idiot. I missed you! Aw, you're cute. Quit it. Ooh, look at her! Ooh, she's beautiful. She's Grace. She's... huh. Interesting. I took 2 off, and now one of them's gone, which is really, really upsetting. Maybe I accidentally installed it into another place. Ugh, I'm gonna throw myself into the sun. Ooh, hello. Excellent. Well, clearly not. Excellent. Ooh, we haven't added 7 seconds, which is great because I gotta use the bathroom so badly, and also my model has stopped working. Which is just sick. Ooh, nope, not 7 seconds. It was 1 minute and 7 seconds, but now it's about to be 7 seconds because I'm about to start it myself because I gotta go. I gotta go, but I'm gonna set up Warudo to reboot in the moment. Aw, look at these critters Moth collected. It's true, they're my favorite critters. I tore you too much to stop? Quit it. Okay, I'm running an ad. Just because you've been sappy. That's why, and not for any other reason. Certainly not because I have to shit myself. Please ad start. Okay, bye. Play nice. Sorry. That probably went longer than the ad. Yeah, by a second. By a second. But thank you all for being patient. I leave to make pizza and Moth's gone. I also left to make pizza. Or at least bread. I left to get bread. Ignore me. I thought I told Warudo to boot back up in the meantime. And yet here we are. I actually just hit the pause button when I got up to go get a drink. That's hysterical. Oh, flashbang. Watch out. Patience. Wait. I'm here. Guys, you want to see something cool? Ah! What was that? Oh! Who knows? Who knows what that could be? I can't believe I'm gonna be seeing you creeps every day! Every day starting Wednesday. I really should make a post about it. I don't have any Twitter followers. I could make a post about it on Blue Sky. I could. But I'm scared. I'm scared of Blue Sky. Call me a baker because I will help you get bread, whatever you need in your bakery. Now I ain't the smartest girl in the crayon box. But I think Undy just said he's gonna fuck me in the ass. Sorry, I don't know. My humor is occasionally quite dumb. What if I pointed out the joke again? What if I pointed out the joke that someone made subtly, but I made it unsubtle? But I made it worse. Okay. You, come back here. Huzzah! Ooh, she's spinning. Oh yeah, I'm back aboard the Ishimura. This is crazy. No, you're perfect. Thank you. I'll be here all week. Literally, I'll be here all fucking week thanks to you bastards. Activate. I'm scared. I haven't had to fight anything yet. I'm not prepared. Captain, I love your reaction. I love whenever you're just looking at something, I know a joke has gone to levels of insanity. Ooh. Danger. It could kill you. Danger. Okay. Thank you. What was I doing this for? I guess I go back now, but it really seems like this should be useful for something. But it's not, so I guess we're moving on. Try to be here as much as possible. You are a treasure, and I will be happy to see you whenever you are available. I don't remember, is your times different for the subathon? Probably not. Probably, I might start a little earlier, just to, if the timer gets out of control, but if it doesn't, then I won't. We do the official schedule. I really should have done a schedule for it, shouldn't I have? I'm having Kat make a banner. It's gonna be fun. And we're gonna make a banner for the trap home screen. Oh my god! Oh! A dream. A mirage. That's right, there's nothing on here. There's nothing on here, only the ghosts of my fucking past. Oh, look. Me after... My bakery after... Never mind.
Ellie, I've got the centrifuge online. I'm heading back towards the tram station.
Okay. I've almost got us disconnected from the mag rail. Keep me posted.
What just happened? What just happened? Oh, it was the crazy guy in the background. I was like, who is talking? Faintly. You're gonna pay her in coconut Red Bull? Oh, wait. Oh, wait. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try and pay her in coconut Red Bull.
Decontamination. Initializing.
Oh, there are monsters. Whoa. Or there aren't. Or I'm continuing to go crazy. No, no! That is a monster. That was a child. Yes! Look! Look at the thing! He's there! Ow! Fucking hell! Ah! Oh my god! Ow! Fucking hell! Hi guys! Ow! Please! Please! Become dismembered! Oh god, what the fuck was that? Hi. Oh my god!
Decontamination complete.
Okay. A monster? A child? Very little difference. You should probably kill it. Well, who am I to argue with an expert? Sorry, just let me curb stomp all these children really quick. They're not even giving loot anymore. I'm just doing it for the love of the game.
Isaac, Strauss is starting to worry me. Listen,
I would never. But son, Daddy's not a murderer.
Strauss!
I would
Strauss,
never hurt you
he's
like
not
me.
real.
Yes, he is. You can't see him because you haven't taken the steps.
Strauss,
You will make
put down the
Step
screwdriver.
Step 3.
Ah!
Strauss! Ellie! Shit!
Shit. Do I have any nodes? 4. I could upgrade a thing. Oh, it takes so much to upgrade it anymore. Actually, never mind. Ooh, sure. Awesome. And I'll keep 2 for doors and shit. Thank you. Strauss, if you have stabbed Ellie with a screwdriver, I'm gonna be mighty upset with you. So, you come? Damn, this elevator takes a while. That way, huh? Ooh, a store! Ooh, a save point! What a magical world I live in. Do I have any shit to sell? I do! And I do! There it is. I could buy more nodes. I could buy a force gun. But I can't because my weapon slots are full. Oh, that's such an annoying... I'm glad they got rid of that in the remake, because holy fuck. Is it, like, kind of annoying. Should I throw something in storage? I don't know. No, I guess not. Ooh, but... Yeah, I have contact me. Okay, fine. Welcome back, Captain! What is that? What is that emote? You what? Well, you know, I think I was pretty clear. Can someone look up really quick, if you have a moment, how many chapters are in this one? Not that I'm not enjoying myself. I just like to know. Ooh! Hey, bud. Oh my god, you're being defended by a piece of construction equipment. Oh my god, hi. Uh-oh. Oh, come on. Where? Hi. Hey, bud. Now, if you'll excuse me... Oh. Oh! Sick. Sick, and if I may say so myself, nasty. Screaming Possum Captain! That's true. That is his full legal name.
Oh, Isaac. Damn it, that hurts. The bastard bit me.
What? Ah, shit.
Google says 15 chapters.
I'm fine,
Fair enough.
but he stopped talking. He won't look at me. How's it going at your end? And please tell me this plan is going to work.
I'm almost there. I'm headed to the bridge now to activate the gravity tethers.
All good. They're swarming in through a hole in the medical deck. At least you won't have to go through there.
Unexpected obstruction ahead. Shutting down. Welcome to the medical deck.
Crap.
Fucking awesome. She seems to have a lot of hatred towards me. I feel like the real... Oh, wow. Huh. Yes? Yes, my love? Ooh, get absolutely fucking wrecked. Where's the... Get fucking... Ow, stop it. Okay. I'm so fucking dyslexic. Yeah. You know what? It seems a majority of the mod team is, which, you know, I fuck with the pattern, so. Now we're saying it's a prerequisite. Captain, get on that dyslexia. Who else is modded here? Cat, also get on that dyslexia. We're now dyslexic inclusion only. Hi. Hi. Oh my god. Could you calm down? Look at all these flesh bombs. There's a lot of black lights here. Yeah, everyone be careful where they come in from, because there seems to be a mess. The blood isn't glowing. I told you fuckers to be careful. Uh-oh. Where's my flesh pod? Hi. Oh, God! So I have a lot of love for a lot of different zombies. Dead Space zombies might be the fucking worst of the worst. These guys fucking suck. You blow their heads. I know it's just it's a reverse zombie, right? You can't shoot them in the head. They don't give a fuck. But God, does it work? Blowing their fucking head off and having them just come at you some more sucks. It sucks in a variety of ways. Intimate ways. I don't want black lights in my room because it looks like this. Emery, we don't have to vocalize these things out loud. I'm just saying Guantanamo Bay couldn't have gotten that out of me, and here you are, shouting it into the ether.
It's all falling apart here. I just can't believe what's happening. It's strange. Such a little thing. In the end, it all comes down to one little thing. I didn't want it to end like this. I really wanted to see you again. Just once. I loved you. I always loved you. Loved you.
We're so used to having the enemy inhabit the brain, but the enemy here inhabits all the flesh. I bet you meant flesh. Haha. I live without fear or regret, guys. I'm a gooner. Yeah, I'm a gooner too, but I'm hygienic at the very least. My walls don't look like this. There are no handprints. I haven't written text in the walls with my goon. Like this. God, those are butt prints. Never mind. I respect the fuck out of whoever. You know what? Maybe I changed my tune. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, hi. Come here. Damn, they went clear across the fucking... Oh my god! I mean, I'm intrigued by electroplay as much as the next queer, but that's a lot. That's a lot of electric. See, that's too much. That, respectable. This, horrific. I like what gooners are. I thought they were just people who cosplay as 1920s gangster. Oh my god. Oh, no. Okay, well, that's not what I meant to do, but it is what I did. What kind of gangster was called gooner? What slang am I missing? Ah! Ooh, fuck you! Fuck you! Why are you like this? Why do you look like that? Why so many things? Come here often? A fucking apparently. Well, yeah. Jesus. Hi, bud. Why do you look like that? Why are you faster and scarier? Why? Stop it! Fucking hell! Fucking hell! Goons! Those are goons! Ah, yes. That's true. Damn, my dyslexia gets me once again, and it's a common occurrence. One extra node? One more... Ugh. Speed upgrade, I guess. Fine. All the mods really are dyslexic. It is true. It is true. Ooh, you tried to trick me. You tried to get me to use my nodes before I got to this. Holy fuck. Alright. Lots of health. Not a lot of ammo. I do not know if I need this generator. Oof. Oh, did I lose it? Oh yeah, it fucking bamfed it. Okay, I guess I don't need it. Oh hey, it's the med terminal. I remember this place. I was here a lot. Damn. What is that image? It's so crunchy I can't tell. Is it a dog wearing headphones? Who's gonna tell him? Would you believe yes? Would you believe yes, that is what it is. Let's buy some ammo. Aw, yippee! So wholesome! We're so wholesome here. Super Collider Contact Beam. Yes, thank you. Hell yeah! Yippee! Yippee!
Entering zero gravity.
Sick. Did I go the wrong way? No, I'm supposed to flow down there.
You're not gonna bring me.
You gotta let go, man. The accident wasn't your fault. She's kind of right, though. She's kind of got a point. Ruh-roh. She's kind of cooking. Where? Ow. Where? Why can't I? Ah, fucking hell. Ow. Hi, bud. If there's anything I love more than one-shotting babies and having them explode into tiny limbs all over the place, I haven't found it yet. Fuck, I forgot what it was. You are done. That's right, the Brazil. It's not your fault, it's not your fault, man. It's not your fault. Ooh. Hi. You're not real. Wash. What? 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 Wash what? My ass? I do. Uh-oh. Hi. Die. Please care that I am shooting you. I appreciate that they don't care when their heads get knocked off, but at the very least, they could care when I'm shooting them. Oh, hi. Ooh, me when I touch his little head. He just, boop. And he stops. There was no charge up, there was no projectile, there was no nothing. I just went boop. What if you exploded? How about that? I knew you'd come out as soon as I reloaded. I knew that about you. What's up? Where are you? What's going on? Hey, who turned out the lights? They cannot comprehend the nose boop. You just boop them on the nose and they stop right where they are. Like, did you just boop me on the nose? And then you go and you explode their whole fucking brain. Stop. Oh, that one was full of death. Awesome. Glad I opened all of these containers with my heel. Oh, this is the bridge. It's full of shit. Who put all this shit here? From when I was last here. Who turned this place into a fucking maze? I bet I go down there because it's creepy and it's maze-like. Can you still throw their arm spikes to impale? Yes. It's very useful when I remember to do it. Otherwise, it is just a tantalizing proposition.
Ellie, I'm almost to the captain's nest to activate the tethers.
Hi, Ellie.
All right.
Oh my god, how you doing,
Centrifuge
girl?
Export to full power from here.
Great.
Cool.
Let's hope this works. It'll be tight. You ready?
All set. I'll wait for your signal.
Awesome. This is going too well. I just had a video call where no one said something has gone horribly wrong. Something's about to explode. Or they're about to be fake, or I'm about to die, or something terrible. Something just happened. All right. Malfunction. Awesome. Oh, hold to confirm sequence. I'm doing it.
Gravity tethers engaged.
Sick.
You did it! Now get back here, the tracks are moving.
No, just go. I'll use one of the escape pods to meet you there. Now go!
That's a crazy proposition, Isaac.
Gravity tethers would tear the whole moon apart.
Clark?
Time to go.
Clark? Who's Clark? Why is he an idiot? Oh. No, we could be in there together.
I don't know what you want, okay?
Sequence initiated.
I was more so reminding Moth. Is it because I reminded? Is it because I taught you? Is it because that? Is it because that? Is this subtle revenge? Because it'd be deserved.
Did you make it?
Where am I?
We crossed the track, but we're coming in hot.
I just need you to see what I see, Ellie. I promise it won't hurt.
Just put down the screwdriver.
Ross, no!
God damn it, Strauss! This is that something going wrong I was talking about.
Proximity warning.
That's okay. That's okay. Okay.
Isaac, are you there?
Hi, Nicole.
The Ishimar is a great ship. I am so lucky to be serving aboard her. You made me stick with it. You made me stick with it. You made me stick with it.
It's not your fault. You couldn't have known. Oh, yeah. Oh, my leg. I hope that's someone else's blood.
It's gonna be okay. I promise. This won't hurt a bit.
Where the fuck are you, Strauss?
Try hard and hope to die.
Strauss!
Stick a needle in your eye.
Uh-oh. That sure looked like it happened. God damn it, Strauss. Do I shoot him? Do I shoot him when I see him? I feel like I still need him. Man, they're sure giving me a lot of bullets. That's concerning. Oh, fuck you guys. What if your fucking head exploded? How about that? What if you were full of delicious, delicious loot? Hi. Ah! Oh, really? Fully loaded? No, I'm not. I'm hitting the wrong button. Okay, are we all chill? Are we all cool? Is everyone fine? Everyone gonna allow me to progress in the video game? I daren't seek revenge against the mighty cryptid such as the pleasant moth. Really? That's surprising.
Why did you do it, Strauss?
I can't face it. I thought Ellie could. I had to make her see step 3.
What can't you face? What's the last step?
Her. It's what they were afraid of, that I'd face her and destroy the marker. But it's too much. You have to help. You need to see step 3.
Strauss!
Alright. Ah, there we are. Was that it? No. Was that? No. There. There. Alright. Strauss. I really think I shouldn't kill you, but you're really making it tough. Ow. Yeah, that's my fault. I'm rushing. Get fucked. Ow, god damn you. Hi. Hi, store. Let's buy some more contact energy. Why not? I have tons of health packs. I have tons of stasis things. Let's buy another node or two. Sure, why not? All right, let's go beat up Strauss. Where is this bastard? Rock. Was there anything down there worth getting? Probably. Oh yeah, there's a whole bunch of shit down there. God damn it. Okay, okay, okay. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Loot whoring. Loot whoring. Who and where is making that noise? Oh my god. Hey, bud. Oh my god, you're still alive! Fucking hell. Quit it. Why did I go down here? This sucks. I can only imagine having enough cash to just throw down on a node or two. Yeah, in Dead Space 1, they don't give you shit. But in this one, they let you fucking cash out. It's been crazy to get used to, but now, like, I don't know, now I just be spending shit. I just be spending money. How about that? Unlocked. Oh, fascinating. Oh, hi. Sorry. Please excuse me for a moment. Ow, fuck you. Fuck you. God damn you, doll. Where are you? Ah! Unnecessary. Cruel and even unusual. Oh, hi, bud. I see you. Hi. Ah! Stuff! Ah! What's up? Ow. Where are you? Ow. Stop it. Ow! Fuck you! Fuck you! You always look so dead and then you're not. I think I used every health kit I had down there. What? Oh my god. All right. Another health kit. Oh, I could have used the elevator to get up here. Well, whatever. Where? Did I really seriously? Oh my god, you're so annoying. I'm beyond sick of you. Alright, guys.
Workers, be mindful of the nearest survival chamber.
It took my thing!
Only hope of survival.
That's pissing me off. Fine.
There you are, Isaac.
Ah!
We've been waiting for you. Now it's your turn.
Holy fuck!
Step 3.
You owe me an eye, you bastard!
Yeah. I agree. Okay. Okay, is this one real? This one seems real. Oh my god! What the absolute fuck? You sent me to the fucking moon!
She won't help, but you know this. You'll see her after step 3. Isaac, he's run off. Deeper into the mines.
I've got problems on this end too. Get somewhere safe.
I'll try.
There we are. Hey, what'd you give me? A ruby semiconductor? I'll take it. I'm not super thrilled about it, but I will take it. Ooh, one of you. What is that useful for? What do I want to move? That thing? Maybe? No. The thing's shooting lasers, perhaps. Yes. Yes. Excellent. Oh. Where are you? There you are. I should get air before I go through there. What are you guys pointing at? Nothing. Okay. Where's the thing? Where? There we are. Ooh, that made me a little nauseous. But it's okay. This part will not last forever. Give me that. Ow! Fucking hell.
Ellie, I'm back inside. Where are you? Where's Strauss?
I'm safe for now, but he's lost it. I think he's coming for you. I found something you're gonna want to see. Here's my location. Oh, hurry and get here. I'm not in any shape to be fighting.
I'll get there as soon as I can. Stay safe.
Let me save! Let me save! There's an ad break coming soon. Honestly, I think I'm gonna run it early just so I can take a moment and try and get my stomach under control before it gets any worse. Ah! Okay, gotta go. They're doing... Ooh! Did I just miss? We're gonna find a spot to watch the meteor shower? Nice! Ah, wait, can I see that from here? Probably not. Meteor shower tonight. It was cloudy earlier. Hmm. Can you see it from anywhere? Surely not, right? Hmm. Do you eat something you shouldn't? Yeah, always. But also just this game's graphics occasionally makes me quite nauseous. So, my stomach hurts, but we will live. Ooh, just gonna take a moment. The peak is on Tuesday. I see. It's not saying where it's visible from, so it might be visible in more places, unlike when the eclipse was going on. Right. I'm gonna lay down for a sec. Just for a sec, though. 45 seconds. Till the ad break is over. Just gonna take a quick dip. Ah. Ugh. The wonderful bread I was talking about. No. A fresh baked bread is great, but a lot of butter. Typically. But that's okay. Or I also could. They also dropped off some cookies. I ate one. Which are probably more likely the culprit. Ooh, ads are over and I'm still over here sitting. Guys, thank you for your patience. My stomach is just bothering me, so I was taking a second to sit down over here in the corner. Honestly, switching to Pleasant would have been canonically more make sense. It would make more sense. But now we're here. Oh, fucking hell. Woof. Ah! Stepped on my cord. Love to butter your bread. Hold on now. Let's calm ourselves. Fucking excuse me. Alright, let's get back to it. Ow. Oh my god, they're fucking everywhere. Oh my god, he's running. Is that thing hurting him? But he jumped back into the fucking ceiling. Huh. Hello? Where are you? There you are. Did I miss you? Oh my god, I totally missed you. Nice. Ow. A wolf again. What a goddamn you. Did you just spawn out of the fucking ether? It sure looked like you did. Oh god. Oh my god. Guys. There's just not enough of me to go around. You're gonna have to step back. Helga, how dare you? Not to fulfill Ceres's fucking...
Your work practices are being monitored at all times. Please show pride in your work.
Fuck you. Fuck you twice sideways. We're monitoring you at all times. Please show pride in your work. Hi. Okay. Alright, well, this was all an exercise in futility. I bet I dropped an item down there that I kind of want. Ooh, is that another plasma? Oh, inventory full, huh? 2 full for... Now, hold on. That's absurd. Damn, we're fucking loaded. I could even use another one of those. I could use another. Look at that. Tons of room. Ow, god damn it. I'm choosing to ignore you two and your shenanigans.
There you are.
Okay.
You have to face her for me. Tell her I didn't mean to do it. Strauss, it's me. See her. It's Isaac. Tell her. Strauss. Step 3.
Oh, fucking hell.
Is she waiting?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
God.
Tell her I'm sorry.
Fucking hell. I really think I was hitting E a whole lot there. Whoa, God, that was horrific. That was horrific. I'm gonna vomit. I'm hitting it. I'm hitting E a lot.
Tell her. Strauss. Step 3. Step 3.
Oh.
Oh God. Why did you do it, Strauss?
I should really make sure that he doesn't, you know, come back, right? This is totally for that reason and not because I'm a little bitter. Just want to make sure. It's a premium crazy person strength. It really is. He really punched my power armor over. Punched my power armor open and then stabbed me in the face. Ah!
Shut up! Just shut up! The marker? It was you. You made me do it. You made me kill it. Didn't you?
No! You're just my guilt. You're just my guilt. I think... Oh, God. Oh, my God. How did I miss? I didn't miss. The game made it not hit. Right? Everyone's in agreement? Agree? Everyone agrees. That's probably fine. Oh, I should have grabbed those. Fuck. Not the fucking Hunger Games ass. We only got to take home the coal we tracked in with our shoes. Hi, guys. Yeah. Your life sucked and then you died. That's unfortunate. I'm not faring much better. I'm not gonna lie to you. If I could remember to pick up the bits, I would probably be saving a lot of ammo. But, as long as I'm here. There. Here's a bit. Here's a sharp bit. And I fucking missed! Because of course I did. Oh, hi. How do you slip in here? Ow. There's one. Ow. Fucking hell. Ow. Fucking hell. Oh my god, this is what happens when I try and use the floor spikes. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm just not upset. I'm guessing there's a manifestation of girl boss gaslighting us. You know what? I don't hate that hypothesis. Hi. Now how about that? I died on purpose so I could get all this loot. A node.
Attention shippers. All persons are subject to search upon exiting the mines. Mineral resources, precious or otherwise, will be confiscated.
Oh god! I accidentally hit the edge. I accidentally edged. Ow. How about that? Oh wow, that doesn't fucking kill you guys at all. one. The one I appreciated. I did. Ooh, I am getting kind of nauseous still. We may have to pivot to a...
One shred, one light, one bright shining star you cluster in this universe. And all you guilt, forcing the life out of you because you can't get over the fact that I'm dead and you're not responsible. Why do you keep fighting me? Why can't you let go?
Because you are my everything. And if I let you go, I've got nothing left.
Step 4. Acceptance. Now you're ready to finish this.
Oh. I'll tell ya. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. This game is excellent at twists that make sense. The fact that they mentioned it too, like it seemed like they were pointing to like she's your guild, but then, you know, the fact that she mentions it like that makes you reconsider, right? Because typically they won't give you the answer in the final confrontation. But yeah, she's bold. That makes sense. I like it. Ah, it's a great game. It's a great... The people who wrote Dead Space are really on their shit. I was going to do 2, but I forgot to just take my shirt contest with Captain and have no more bits. True. Ooh. Look at that snazzy ass. Oh, yeah. Fuck yeah. All of a sudden, Captain were sword fighting each other? I know, it was incredibly hot. It was incredibly steamy. What is this? Is this anything? No? Okay. I guess I'll just bench it up. How many do I have? 9? Holy fuck. Pulse rifle. Reload couldn't hurt. Some damage couldn't fucking hurt. Some more damage couldn't fucking hurt. Hell yeah. Contact beam might be using a lot, but honestly, there's not a whole lot. I guess upgrading the alt fire wouldn't hurt. What does special do? Add stasis effect to your alt fire. Ooh, that's kind of really good. Maybe I'll do that next, but I'll save 2 for any doors we run into. Captain 1, this does happen. But you know, the fact that you're accepting it means, you know, kind of the real winner. For having some humility. Too many people are too ashamed to say when they lose. You know? Oh!
Isaac,
hi!
over here. Looks like the mechanic was dragged away before he could finish fixing this.
I see.
Strauss is dead, Ellie.
Probably for the butt. Damn!
Well,
Cool eye patch.
I'm not sorry about that.
Yeah, that's fair.
So what happens now? I thought you needed Strauss to destroy the marker.
Strauss couldn't lead us to the marker. He was running away from his guild.
What about you?
I'm not running anymore. I know what I have to do.
Hell yeah.
Well, this drill's a stroke of good luck finally. Why don't you get up to the cab to try to get it started? I'll look for the other power cell.
see what I can do from up here.
Sick. Oh. Damn. Hi, guys. Sick. He's it. Oh, fucking hell. Just when I thought I was doing well. I had the bigger sword. Kind of forgot the Jankathon was so close. I will need to see if I can accelerate some of my plans. Ooh. I mean, you don't gotta worry too much.
Hey, what did you do? I just lost the control holograms.
Yeah, the swinging junction just shorted out. I'll have to find another one.
Well, it's standard. There should be another one around here somewhere.
I'll look. Any luck up there?
Well, no. Not now.
Right.
Yeah, she was having luck, and then I exploded it. Okay, well, let's go. Also, hello everyone, I am back from working on my character sheet and totally not playing Monster Hunter for an hour. Real. Very, very real. Another semiconductor, holy shit. Interesting. I'm still not done with my character sheet either, Captain. I gotta work on it. It's mostly done. I gotta, because Roll20 doesn't have all the things I want, so I need to manually input my feat that I'm taking and manually input some of the spells you get for the
Great. I think I've hot-wired the system to bypass the nav cards. Thank God.
Yeah.
Oh, hi. Oh my god. How am I this bad at aiming sometimes? Ah.
It doesn't recognize a new junction.
I think I've got it from up here.
Or maybe just rewired from down here.
What? I didn't hear you.
Nothing. Nothing.
Kinda cute.
I did it! I got it started. There, there's a lift on the other side. I'll turn around, you can get on.
Thanks.
Oh my god, please don't kill me. Ooh. Nice. I have my name, my avatar, and where I put my standard array without racial benefits, and that's it. Oh, I am pretty far ahead of you then. It's funny, I was complaining to Kat at length about my problems building my character. And she looks at me because she knows that this is the kind of problem I thrive on. And she's like, oh, my fucking bread is too buttery, my cake is too moist. Like, so cruel, so unusual. Oh my god. Am I going the wrong way? I feel like I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, I must be. Oh, I see.
Alrighty, let's see what this beast can do.
Hi. 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 How you doing? Jesus Christ.
These bastards are everywhere!
Ah. Oh my god. Haha.
The mines are swarming with these things! If there's this many down here, how many do we think are above us?
I don't want to think about it.
Hang on! We're coming up on more of that stuff! Sorry!
More of that stuff. You mean all the people trying to kill me? Oh, yeah.
You okay out there?
I appreciate that they made this cannon fodder enemy. They're kind of fun to just mow through.
They're climbing up the sides!
They've been climbing up the sides. Ow. It won't take me long. I don't really need weapons where I'm going with it. I only have a few spells from racial and subclass stuff. Or are you going barehanded?
Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Stop, stop!
Looks like we reached the foundation pylons of the government sector.
So how do we get in there?
Straight ahead. We do have a giant drill.
You know I'm riding on top of this thing, right?
Ellie!
When can you see this character sheet? I mean, I can send it to you if you want. Suffering from success? Yeah.
Holy crap, that hurt.
Well, we can compare bruises later. But at least we made it, right?
Yeah, I
And
think
it's
you're
most
winning.
Definitely government sector. And I'm guessing that marker of yours is behind that huge door over there.
Well, we better move fast. Those things are gonna find a way up the hole we drilled. There's gotta be an elevator or something connecting these floors.
It's not barehanded, but it's barehanded.
Alright, I'll meet you halfway.
Aren't you going fighter? You know you have to use True Strike on weapons, right? I tried to do that with the Bard Dancer. I was like, ooh, I can True Strike barehanded. It's like, nope.
Isaac, there's a gunship docked here.
What?
Holy shit.
Is it damaged?
Not that I can tell. Isaac, do you hear me? We're gonna make it out of here alive.
One of us is. It's too dangerous for you to stay here, Ellie.
What are you talking about? Just get your ass in here. I'm starting a system check now.
I appreciate Ellie. This is a weird time to make a noble last stand, man. I guess she did get her eye poked out for me. I guess I would feel kind of guilty about that. Huh. Oh, I went the wrong way. I see. It turned into a rogue. I see, I see, I see. Ooh, did you do the psychic knife?
Main power.
Did you do this? I was gonna do that. It looked so fun.
Isaac, what are you doing?
Closing hatch.
Oh. Hey, Isaac, what are you doing?
Gunship command override confirmed.
Isaac, what are you doing? Open the door right now.
Emergency launch cycle initiated.
No,
Airlock sealed.
no, don't you dare! Don't you dare lock the ship! Isaac!
It's your best chance, Ellie. You got life support, comms. Hey, you gotta be rescued.
You bastard.
I need you to be rescued. I couldn't save Nicole, but I can save you, Ellie. So, bye.
Aw. I mean, yeah. I'm just one step away from being Strauss, right?
Are you ready to talk now?
Yeah, I'm not ready to. I'm not gonna make it either way.
So I can let you go too. I can't do that, Nicole. I never wanted to let you go.
A lot happened that we never wanted. Isaac. Touch me.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Isaac, please. Make us whole.
I got
I can't.
shit to do first. Sorry. You're probably gonna get to me eventually anyway.
Providence protects you can't let it end here. I have 200 armed security personnel. Every entrance is covered. Even if you do get in, you won't get far.
Sick. Do you know what I love about someone who's like ruthlessly confident? It's just What's so fun to break their spirit? Oh. You're finally after someone else for once, huh? Oh, no, you're not. Ow, fuck, I missed! How do I miss? By armed security, did you mean mutant monsters? Because it's starting to look like that's what you meant. I was kind of hoping to finally be able to kill humans, you know? Well, not that you're not technically a... You know what I mean. Ow. Sorry. Hold on. Ow. Alrighty.
Shit, no waypoint. What the hell?
Okay, awesome. I'm regretting sending back Ellie. Ha. Oh my god, please get away from me. I'm aware. Ow. All right. Whoop, let's go. No. Uh-oh. Can I get out of here? I missed some loot. Sorry, hold on. Okay. It's like they can't accept what's happening to them, right? It's the cruel irony of it all. My curiosity is getting the better of me. Now I'm thumbing through your TTS lineup in Tangia. Uh-oh. While you're thumbing through there, if you see anything, I tried to eliminate anything super annoying, super scary, or AI. If you find anything I missed, would you be a doll and let me know? All right. Ooh.
You compromised the compound, you idiot! If any of them reach the marker, fall back! Fall back to the marker chamber! We have to seal it off!
Whoops. Can I? Whoops. Whoopsie daisy. Not that you have to comb through it, Captain. I'm worried that what I said sounded like I was asking you to comb through it. Don't do that. But if you happen across one. There was just so many, and I felt my mind fog over as I attempted to go through it. Ow. Oh, God. Oh, God, 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 oh, God. Please let me go. How the fuck do you get back there? Ah! What are you using vents on? You scare me. What have you done?
Moth girls are unironically my only reason to live. Not even a joke. Both SFW and NSFW moth humans are the only thing that keeps me going. I will give my life to preserve the beautiful moth species that live out there and dedicate my entire art career to moth persons and moths.
It's true. Ooh, sorry. Oh, hi guys. Looks like you didn't do so well, huh? Woo! Hi, Nicole.
Where are you going?
I'm trying to destroy the marker.
Well, that's why I'm here, Isaac. To show you the way.
Oh. Thanks. I probably would have figured that out. But thanks. Objective added. Is that the guy? Sick.
Research log 43509. I can't stop thinking about the formulas from patient 4's last session. They're so clearly ordered, they keep playing back in my mind. The final configuration seems within reach. I can almost solve it myself. It's funny. I was telling Travis the other day that it's almost like it wants us to succeed. I've never seen anything like it. Once we finally solve this heuristic stabilization problem, we should be able to start growing the layers of the marker from the mineral baths.
Ooh. Oof. This seems like it's gonna be bad. If I were to use a TTS, it would probably be the Johnny Silverhand. I think it's on there. Did you go through the different TTS ones as well? I tried to use one and it says error, like it's not actually in there anymore, but on the list. Ooh, that's not ideal. Different TTS ones. I went through the TTS ones. I deleted on any of the ones that said AI. But they shouldn't show up on the list if I deleted them. What the fuck? Hi. You think you're hot shit. Ow. Fuck you. Please stop. Oh my god, he's vomiting in my mouth. This is not hot. This is not what I wanted. And there goes all my fucking... Okay. Yep. Is the D&D game you're playing with Captain going to be streamed? No. No, L. I'm just bragging about it. Someday, maybe I'll stream a game. But I gotta... I don't know. I've never... I'd be down to playing one. Ooh, I just got really, really nauseous. Ooh. That's no good. I'd be down to playing one because that is someone else's problem. I've never run a D&D game online, so I would need to test out how I feel doing that in order to stream it. I need to find people who would want to be streamed. I need to find people who get along well with my GMing style. You know, it's on the list, but it's gonna take a sec. Give it actual error code so that particular TTS may have an issue on Tangia's side. A different one did it too, and gives a 1200 error code. This option itself is probably not working. For the Obama TTS one, from the list sometime. Got it. I will remove those. Yeah, I definitely need a break of some kind. I think perhaps some food would do me good. I think I have not eaten enough today, so I'm gonna set the ads to go off. I'm gonna set some music up for people who are not bound by ads, and for if I take longer than the ads run. But thank you all for your patience. Oh god.
I have a deep and inexplicable love and understanding for these magnificent creatures. A strong respect for a small and beautiful species. I love moths more than any other animal in the world. It is my pleasure, no, my duty to take care of them and show the world how truly unique they can be.
A bit of a snack break. Thank you all for your patience. As fucking always, word call. Ugh. Ugh. That was a good crack? What's a good crack? Did you just crack your back? Hello, small gray cat. Different one did it too. Oh, yeah. Okay. I should do that before I forget. No, I should not stare at the screen too much. Just focus on eating the food. Welcome back, snack. Oh, stop. I got a couple sandwiches. Unfortunately, when it comes to making myself sick, there is a point of no return. And if I am there, nothing I do will help. We were just suffering for this for the next several hours. Which means stream will have to end a little early. But we shall see. I appreciate you. What was that? Was that a sound? Anyone have anything exciting they're going to be getting up to this week? I know the week has just begun. Also, if anyone can think of anything that they think I'm forgetting about when it comes to start doing subathons, or something they would be excited to see in like a goal or something, I'd love to hear it. Also, I'm not sure. I gotta ask someone how people typically add to the timer, because like I don't want to do. I want it to be fair. I want it to be reasonable. I don't want to be encouraging you guys to spend too much, but also I don't want to make it so reasonable that you guys trap me in a hell of my own creation. You understand, of course. Not someone who can help you. Oh yeah. I'm just talking. I'm just talking to talk. You're our constant help with your very presence. Always just cap the subathon time? I could do that. I could do that. But then, like, I don't think you guys are gonna stick me this 3-year. Helta, I appreciate you. I'm not gonna be that stupid. I may be hoping that you guys do not go too crazy on me, but I'm not out of my mind. I know if I make it like, yeah, an hour per, dollar spent, I'm trapped in this hell forever. Either way, it'll be fun. Just to even practice, the theme of it all. Like, I'm already gonna start the timer at like, I don't know, 12 hours seems reasonable enough. So it's like 2 6-hour streams middle of the week. That's more than we usually do by a lot. So, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Maybe 10 hours. 2 5-hour streams is still longer per stream than we usually do. I wish I could be there for all of it. That would be crazy. The only reason I can be there for all of it is because, like, some weird job thing has happened where I'm getting a lot less hours than usual. I'm just taking advantage of a situation. It would be crazy if you could be here for all of it, because that's because it's already an absurd premise, and it's part of the fun. You've roused me of my obsession. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. Don't even worry about it. Captain has already threatened me with a good time should I try to stop streaming. So, I suppose, just to make him not have to go through with it, because it sounds like hell on his schedule to track my ass down. I see that. I just opened our chat just now. Ryder, you came in during our break, but how are you doing? I'm feeling less nauseous though, so I think stream will be able to continue soon. Uh-oh. Our dearest and most pleasant moth is being fed? Aw, shucks. I'm a deer? A doe? Hmm. Uh-oh. I just realized I closed my... I closed the window that I was making my character sheet in, and now I have no idea how to reopen it. That's fine. I'll figure it out. I was gonna send it to you just now, so long as I was taking a break. but I can't find it. I'll probably ask Captain how to access it, because he has likely had to do that. Ooh, wait. Found it. I'm not gonna send it yet, though. I'm not done with it. I'm not done with it. I'm not gonna send it. You have to wait. My perfectionism. Uh-oh. Maybe I don't feel better. Fucking hell. I'll be right back. Everyone sit tight. Blarg. Also, I noticed you reworked the combat on your TTRPG again and added more weapon stuff. Did I? It does sound like something I'd do. What are you referring to specifically? In the combat file, assumedly. My heart is a haunted house. Oh, yes. Swords blocking value is doubled versus melee weapons. Yes. These are kind of just, like, theoretical abilities. I really want, like, D&D added weapon mastery skills, which are, like, special attacks that you could do with each weapon just for the luxury of being proficient with it. Which is cool, and I've wanted to do for a while. And I'm sure they started doing because of Baldur's Gate. But I had the idea before Baldur's Gate in my personal defense. But it can be a lot. It could be a lot. Also, I don't like rifles. A rifle may be modified to function as a two-handed melee weapon. I feel like pistols can be modified to function as a one-handed melee. Like, modifications are not an ability. They're a... You know what? Whatever. Maybe rifles should have a, like, if you are prone, you get, like, an attack bonus. So, like, a sniper's kind of stance. But, like, I had already put that ability in, like, a certain level up as like a sniper stance kind of thing. Knife will deal an extra d4 damage against unaware enemies. That's fine. Yeah, that's good. I want a knockback ability, but knockback can be very, very powerful. Ooh, I should also write instead. All of this is out of date anyway. I don't know why I'm trying to edit it right here. But yes. I am excited to keep working on that game. I just haven't as of late. I haven't. Maybe part of the subathon will be dedicated to that. That would be... I worry that would be boring for people, but... You know. It depends. It depends on how high the timer curls. You know? Anyway... I feel a little better. Let's get back to gaming. Ooh, first we should pause the music, huh? I saw that you stuck with the individual initiatives, the original pace system. Oh god, let me look. I need to know what you're referring to. I just closed it. I was like, I don't have to worry about this. And then you said things. Pace is a resource. All players have maximum pace. Regain or subtract their pace 2 capacity at the start of their turn. The end of your turn, add your max capacity for pace to any remaining pace. That is correct. That is up to date. Stuck with individual initiatives. Yes. Actually, I don't see anything about initiative on here. Is that not in combat? There are simul-turns. I'm still trying to fuck with that. I do not fuck with the... Ooh. I do need to rewrite that. I don't like that. I guess... Whatever. Whatever! If I get distracted, I'll just keep working on it. Let's go back to gaming. Did we save the VODs? No. No. No, we did not. Oh, hi. Where'd you even come from? Anybody else? Oh my god. Okay. Everything's fine. Everything's good. No one's gonna jump me. Ooh, an audio log.
The dampening system built into the shielding around the marker test bed should be blocking the signal entirely, but I swear the dementia signal is still getting through. That sleuthing registers on any sensor outside the shield walls. You know, put the same sensor inside with the marker and it goes off the charts. So we either miss something entirely or I don't know what. You know, if we have... Oh man, please help us.
We'll probably save the next one, hopefully. Yeah, I'm bad about that. Oh! Wow. That's not what you want to see. Okie doke. Center of the screen today. My bad. Forgot. Thank you, writer. Stomp. Hate those guys. Uh-oh. Is everyone done? Everyone good and satisfied?
Moths get hurt a lot. They are hated, feared, killed. They really need me, and I also need them, because I'm not doing that good either. My love for nerd culture and sad necessity of pornography has led me to the repetitive consumption of moth girl pornography. But don't you get the wrong ideas. My love for moths and fictional moth women is not just a fetish or an illogical obsession. This is my gift, my curse. I'm the moth weeb.
The music that accompanies the Ford F-150 guy is really, really upsetting and really funny at the same time. Oh. Can I not go this way? I see. Ooh. I don't fuck with this. Ooh. Hi. Okay, I guess I'm leaving. Anyone else still there can live there. I don't care. Hi. Oh, fucking. Okay, that was cheap. That was cheap and I didn't like it. Ah! Sailor Pastel Happy? Now, what in the world are you so pastel about? I mean, happy. I mean, hi! Hi, how you doing? Wow, Vaporwave Axolotl! What the fuck are you key smashing and ducking for? What is happening? Elsa, thank you for being better at my job than I am. What's up with you guys? What were you doing? Tales of the Shire? Is that Lord of the Rings? Are you a nerd? 'Cause thank God you found the right place to be. Hello, everyone. I'm Pleasant Moth. I keep not introducing myself at raids. I'm bad about that. I'm Pleasant Moth. I'm Moth. I'm the cryptid VTuber. There's a lady named Pleasant. She's the one who wrote me. Don't pay attention to her. It only encourages her. How are you guys doing? What's up? Vapor did that raid message. Vapor should not be trusted under any circumstance. And the fact that you don't feel that way is, you know, in fact, concerning. For you. I'm concerned for you. Not that Vapor gets more freedom. That's a separate concern. Uninvolved. My main concern is you, Vapor, when I fucking get you. When I get you. Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. Was your stream good? She did marry me? You poor fool. That's right. That's where I know your name. Ah! I did. And yet, I mean, in my defense, there are many a marriage built on lack of Hey, Mr. Meow, you're a dick. That's how I feel about that. Alexa, set a timer for 5 minutes, please. If I caught any of you with that, good. Well, now that I can't read any of your chats, thank you very much for being here. I appreciate you. I hope your stream was good. And I guess we're playing blind now. Oh my god, you rated something, you redeemed something. Wait, can I get it on sound alone? Nope, I can't hear it. Whatever you've done, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Ah! I recognize that sound. That's the sound of dickery. All right. Oh.
What is that? I can feel it in my head.
We're getting closer, Isaac. The marker knows you're here.
Okay.
I don't know what to do.
When the time comes, you will.
Okay. Thanks, dead wife. You're dead, right? Cool. Ah! Vapor, stop flirting. Immediately. Oh my god. These babies, they're too short to be lasered. I guess I just have to shoot them all myself. And you can quote me on that. Ah! Okay, fuck you.
Looks like I have to dodge these lasers to make my way around the other side.
No kidding.
This will be fun.
You and I have strangely different definitions of fun. Shoot better! You're missing! Meow, I'm gonna beat you senseless. How about that? How about that? Oh my god! That didn't do anything. Ah! Okay, well, who could have predicted that? Who could have predicted such a thing? Oh my god. What's the chief desk? Flirt more? What? What? Fuck you. Stop. I'm a chief? Can you read in bold? No, I just noticed that you're screaming at me in the distance. It's like staring at someone through soundproof glass. I'm like, something is happening over there. I just know it. Die. Where's the other babies? I desire their death. Awesome. Sure. We'll stick with that. Did that even help? Slow-moing it? I don't know that it did. Ah! Stop it! Ah! Damn, what an ass on you. Sorry. Oh my god, oh I know writing it upside down should help. Helta, I fucking hate you and I hope you know that I mean that shit. Does reading upside make the dyslexia more manageable? That'd be crazy. I go to sleep now, hope the upside down message really exhausted my brain trying to read it. That's real, enjoy your sleepies, Sailor, thank you very much. Sailor Pastel Happy, thank you very much for rating it to me, it's very sweet of you. and for following me. I did finally find out what that sound was earlier. Ah! Leave me alone. Awesome. Okay. I fucking knew you were gonna sneak up behind me, you bitch. Is this it? Is this where I'm supposed to be? Yippee! 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 Hi, guys. Oh, thank Christ. Alexa, stop. Whoa. When are we getting etchy drawn of us? Oh my god, so forth. You haven't even wined and dined me. Maybe we'll make it a subathon goal. Anyone who donates, I don't know, 25 subs, is that enough money to hire someone to draw etchy of me? Maybe I'll make it 50 subs. Maybe I'll make it pretty unattainable. I don't know. I need to do math. I don't know what my percentage is. What's my cut? Twitch. Twitch, where am I? Bezos, give me my fucking money. Yeah, okay, well, I was doing a bit. Because I'm trying to be an entertainer, Isaac, but I see you're all business. So, I guess we'll do it. Sorry, here's lava lamp liquid. I don't know that I fuck with this wine. It tastes like mercury. Ah! Hi. Ah! I missed. We can do another 5 minutes of no glasses? We don't have to do that. We don't have to do that. I promise. 1 sub and you can add 1 line to Vapor Moth Etchy. Oh my god, a genius. Yeah. I draw etchy of us is a different redeem. We'll just make that a redeem. Whoever's the top donator at the end of each day, we'll have me draw etchy. Just so you know, I can't draw. No one should be donating. I'm making every prize bad. As usual, it is a scam. Let me abruptly tell you before any of you get confused, I am scamming you. Please? Please. I beg of you. Just Moth and I, and it's just... Moth is on the list. Uh-oh. What's the list? After your pissy mode, every list you have scares me. And the other liquids. I love that this store is closed. Let's save again. It's this list. What? Ah! What's the list? What list? Hold on, 1 minute list. Yuri! Oh, yeah, that's real. That's real. It's his secret. Oh. Meow, did you just kill my mod? Because I'll make you replace him, and nobody wants that. Least of all you. Oh my god, is that baby sad? Oh no, it's just waiting. waiting to jump me. Stop. Ow. Stop. Where are you? Where are you? Oh my god, they're so fast! They're so fast! Stop it. Stop that. Hi. There it is. Oh my god. Oh my god. Damn, look at that ass. Hi. Okay. Oh, god damn it. He deserved it. I will abuse my power. Well, that is a prerequisite around here. Hey chat, been a while. Let's prepare a Subway spicy Italian sandwich. First, slice the customer's bread of choice. Then, layer spicy pepperoni and salami along the cheese of choice. At this point, ask if the customer would like the sandwich heated or toasted. After that, add any requested vegetables and dressings. Wrap, then serve. Guys, there's a Subway by my place, but it gave Kat vicious food poisoning, so I have not been, and thus have not had Subway in a while, but occasionally you crave it. It's terrible every time, but occasionally you're like, damn, what I would do for some terrible food. The people I would suck. Ah. Fucking Jim's Steakout. That's a terrible sub that I occasionally crave desperately. I don't know if I just doxed myself with that, but you know what? If I did, it was worth it. Also, can you guys see the screen through the, you know? The lamp? You can see all you need to. Our Subway here is garbage, but Firehouse Subs hits. Firehouse Sub does hit. But I will say, they toast their sandwiches a bit more than a sane person might desire. What the fuck? Did he teleport? Hi. Uh-oh. How about that? Faber just tried to at me and just completely misspelled my name like he normally does. Hysterical. And he makes fun of you for being dyslexic. Let's kill him. Sorry, too much? I see a gold semiconductor. No, that's a credit. It just wouldn't let me get it. It's weird. That was weird. Let's take this stasis bomb. For the road. I had Subway for the first time in years recently. It wasn't as bad as I remembered. I went a second time and realized I was just hungry that day. Yep. Yep, there was this one day I went to a theme park. And on the way away, we were like, we're not buying theme park food. We don't hate ourselves or our wallets. We're going somewhere else. And we saw a Subway nearby, and that Subway slapped. But it was probably just because we're glad to not be paying fair food prices. Half the taste was gratitude. Ooh, an audio log.
Tanner Phelps, research log 33549. I blacked out early last night and woke up this morning staring at a tiny, fully formed version of the marker in one of the cellular printing baths.
Uh-oh.
I entered the entire heuristic sequencing algorithm. I can still hear it in my mind, like a song now. I know the dementia suppressors are working, but this is something entirely different.
Uh-oh. The dementia suppressors. Damn. What I wouldn't do. Uh-oh. Yee. I want you to experience a chicken bacon club from Nukes one day. Done. Deal. I like chicken and bacon and clubbing people. Oop, there he is. There's only 2 outside of the south. I mean, someday I may go, well, probably not. I'm not gonna lie to you. But you know, sometimes I might be somewhere. Huh. Oops. I totally missed. What a waste of ammo. Damn, they're just trooping along. Endless amount of them. I can't even hit them. They're just set dressing. It's like a Gmod RP server here. It seems rough. A store! Okay, you didn't need to stretch out your legs in front of me, Milo. Ooh. A text log. From Overseer, Tideman, disappointed in the evacuation decision. Consequences will be dire. That is all. Jesus Christ. Me, when I try and follow safety protocol and my boss says, I will miss my profits because of this, you must die. Cool. You're better off flying north for the winter. Damn. Straight into a snowberg. A nice place. Shut up. Everyone shut up. Do I upgrade the damage on this special? Sets the target on fire when shot. That never really helped in the first game. I already got the special for this one. I don't own a special for this one. Capacity actually would be nice. I would love capacity. I would also love a reload upgrade. I'm not gonna lie to you. Cool. The dream would be to drop everything and just move to the northeast, but sadly I like my job, so I'll just work on getting out of the deep south. Real and based and true and valid. It does set itself on fire a lot and have some issue with the queers. Not like all the people, but like, you know, the government. The people who make the rules. I am the big rat who makes all of the rules. Damn me, but I'm right. True. And I do. I damn you regularly. Ooh. Oh. That one seems bigger. Is that just me?
God. I built that.
Careful not to take too much pride in your work. Oh, wow.
What are they doing?
They're all coming to the marker. Convergence is at hand.
I knew you were trouble from the start, but they told me you were necessary. That your mind was the purest. I spent years sifting through your demented brain. This is not the way it was supposed to happen.
Me when I do unethical experiments.
Clark, this is not our fault. We were so close to understanding it. It's all those bodies you let in here. It's triggering a convergence event. But we never expected this many bodies.
Whoa!
What the hell is it doing?
What it was made to do. Isaac, you have to make us whole.
What does that mean? Come on, game, you're good at twists. Tell me what the twist is. Tell me what the thing is. Guys, I'm breaking out of the thing. I want you to see all this horror in its final glory. Oh my god, my face is out. I'm licking my lips. Offline. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What? Do I have to go in there? What do I do? What do I do? Oh my god. Okay, never mind. Took it down right as you tried to take it down. Ah, I see. What do I... It's gotta be this. Yeah, it's this, but like, what do I do with it? What do I...
Machine.
Okay, I could click it.
I remember this. The machine activates the parts of our brain where the marker codes are stored. But how does that threaten the marker? What were they afraid of?
Me. Us. Working together.
Step 4.
Yes. Are you ready?
This is gonna hurt, isn't it?
Yes. Step inside.
Okay.
Step 1.
Crawl inside.
Step 2. The screws so tight. All around. Cross my heart.
Oh god.
To die.
Oh god, I can't look. I can't look. Oh, this is gonna... Oh, I have to do it? Guys, I'm not good with... Oh god. I don't like. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. 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 Oh my god. 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 Oh no 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 no. Stay still. Oh my god. Oh my god. Please. Please, Isaac. Please. 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 Okay. Oh. Okay. Ugh. This is the scene Kat was warning me about. I understand now.
Nicole!
I understand now.
Where are
Fuck. What was step 3? You have to do something with her.
Follow the light, Isaac. I'll be waiting for you at the marker.
Okay.
Well, what do I do?
Ooh. I'm not gonna vomit, because that is against TOS. Okay, everything's fine. Oh, so much saliva. Okay. Are we chill? Probably not, right? Oh my god. No, 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 no. Awful. Super awful. Oh my god, you regrow, don't you? Like the fucking guy. Like that. Okay. Pause for a sec. Okay. Okay. Go, 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 no. Where's the blue? There it is. Where's the blue? There it is. Where's the blue? There it is. Perfect. Let me through. Ow. Stop it.
This evacuation is illegal. You know that. Don't you dare tell me what I can and cannot do on my own station. My grandfather was running this place long before you were crapping your diapers, young man. I don't need a lecture from you, and you know I'm right. Project Protocol specifically forbids evacuation in the event of a breach. I have spent my whole life in service of this community, and I will not stand here and watch them die for some Project Protocol. Now get to your shuttle. We can argue about this nonsense in court, assuming we both live to discuss your precious protocol. Very well, Sam.
Ooh. Okay. Okay, 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 okay. Are you another one? I see. You're just a regular amount of awful. Okie dokie. Oh my god. Hi.
General Machette, this is Sergeant Fatu. I've located the rig signals for the remaining 143 Sector G personnel. They're locked in and tracking the evac. How did an evacuation get authorized? Time is going against every protocol for this situation. Now it's too late to stop it, and it's just a mad dash to get everyone off. He must be responsible for what's happening is trying to save as many as he can.
Ow. Yeah, that makes sense. Ow. Where's the body? Where's the body of the fucking... Get out of my way! Ah, there he is. You. Come here. Come here. Thank you. Ah, what a terrible time to save. Sure. Ah! I'm sick of you. I'm sick of all of you. I'm sick of all of you and your shit. I will get out of my way. Ah, stuff. Are you, where are you? Ah, there you are. Can you fucking call faster? Okay, everything's fine. Everything's fine, and I no longer feel nauseous, which is either a very good sign or a very bad one. Haha, that was funny. Ah! No, 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 no. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, get off me, get off me, get off me, get off me. I have no fucking health. Absolutely zero. There it is. Ah! Come on, go, 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 go. Let me up. Oh my god. Whee! Ow. Fucking hell. Who threw that at me? Oh, you. Oh, you bastards. Where? Where are you coming from? Did I get him? Ooh. Who is she? You're fine. But you're whining. Oh god, oh god, oh god! It's fine. Okay.
Fight it, Isaac. You can't fight it. Nothing doesn't know what he made. You have to do this.
Ooh. Come in. That's it? Oh. Okay. That's something. Oh. Hi guys. I'm feeling okay. How are you all feeling? Do I even have any fucking nodes? I have 2. I'm keeping them. Hi, Social Club TTV. How are you doing? It's been a sec. This is the end of this game, so spoiler alert for Dead Space 2. But holy fuck, is it awesome! But I'm still very nauseous. There are a few things that really, really get me. One of them's death, and the other one's eyes, and also insects, I suppose. So there's 3 things. But fucking hell, that was a lot. But yeah, this is the last chapter. Oh my god. Ow, fucking quit it. Where the fuck are you? Unkillable. It's awesome. Where are you bastards? Just okay, awesome. But how you doing? I don't know if I asked that already. I'm kind of panicked if you haven't noticed. Ah! Do you need another break? We are approaching the usual time. The usual time for stream ending? Or the usual time for me needing a break? Also, there's an ad going on. I'm gonna go ahead and wait. Is that what you meant by usual time? Kind of both worlds colliding. Real. And I love it. I love it when they do that. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm a little nauseous, but I'm pushing through. I'm pushing through because we're at the ending, basically, I think. Woof. Okay. Sorry I'm being a bit quiet on the ad breaks. A little awkward staring at you. I am genuinely like... Tonight, stream is kicking my ass, but that's okay. Because we're powering through, we're taking the breaks we need. We're being kind to ourselves. We're all hunky-dory. And very likely, I won't have to drill a hole in anybody's eye again. You know, pretty likely. Jesus Christ, I can't wait to yap at Kat about this. She was like, this is a pretty explicit eye horror scene. I'm like, thank you for warning me. Now that I know about it, it probably won't get me, because I could deal with a lot, but holy fuck. Holy fuck, was I underestimating. I was underestimating at just everything. Everything about that. Ah. Guys, do you guys have a favorite toothpaste? I've developed a taste for the fucking baking soda toothpaste, and it can't be flavored. Genuinely, if I use mint toothpaste now, it feels like I'm not clean. I have to use an unflavored fucking baking soda ass thing, and I feel like such an old lady. But, you know. Now that I'm used to it, I can't deal with anything else. Remember to pace yourself when the marathon comes up. Give yourself more time if you feel queasy. Thank you so much, and you're a very sweet person, and I trust you implicitly, and I will look out for myself. Arm & Hammer Advanced White. Hell yeah. I think we're on the same. I think we buy in the same shit. Whichever one isn't flavored. Whatever Arm & Hammer one is just like, this will taste like baking soda. Thank you everyone for waiting for the ads. Ah! Who's making that fucking racket? Ah! Oh, hi. It's you. Oh my god. Excuse me, I just need to loot around you really quick. Do I need to loot this hard? Probably not. Sorry, just wait behind there. Haha, it actually stopped you. Oh my god! Get off me, you dick! I thought I killed you! Oh my god! Whoa! What a cool freeze frame right there. Jesus Christ. Proxicare is the one I get. It doesn't have any flavor. That also works. That also works, but it's not the kind I get. I'd be getting the Arm & Hammer stuff, but, you know, it seems like we have similar tastes. Stop it. Ow, fucking hell. I gotta stop using the charge up weapon. It's just very satisfying to use. Seem bigger and scarier. I don't fuck with that. Ow. Ow. anyone who may find this transmission, there are people, even some of my own staff, who say I am a monster for what I brought to this situation. They say the marker is manipulative, that influenced my decisions. They don't understand what I did. I did for this community, for our species. Titan Station was dead husk before I breathed life back into the government research grants. The research into unimaginable sources of energy, into manufacturing techniques and efficiencies far beyond our old previous understanding is the only hope that remains for mankind. We've relied on destructive planet cracking for far too long. Now we can no longer sustain ourselves. We need the marker to survive. If we fail in our efforts to understand them, there's no hope left for humanity. I see. Oh, fuck. What did this do for me? Seems very little. Okay, it was very little. Shit. Ah. Oh. Here we are. Oh.
That marker is worth every life we just lost.
Oh my god. Okay, shoot Nicole in the face. Got it. A very literal take on you have to let me go. Oh, I didn't see that. Oh, is it? Did I just not hit E fast enough? Is that what I have to do? I thought I had to shoot at Nicole. Okay, alright. I'm learning. I suppose that would be too easy. Yeah, that's fair.
Researching that marker is worth every life we just lost. I won't let you throw all this away.
Hell yeah! Oh my god! Oh, Jesus Christ! Oh, fuck, I missed. Okay, well, I guess it didn't matter that much. Whatever.
Thank you, Isaac. Now, time to die.
What?
Not again!
Yours is the last body we need to be reborn. The Makers must be absorbed.
The Makers? You mean me? But Strauss said we could destroy the marker.
Not if we consume you first.
She fucking lied.
I trusted you. Fuck you. And fuck your marker.
plus ratio, plus I'm gonna kill you now. Okay, well. Okay, well. Where are you? Damn, they are really good at dodging. Hi. Okay, yep. That makes sense. Okay. Wow. Okay. Kinda glad I failed, just so I could see that fucking scene, because that was metal as fuck. Kill their god! Me when I can't spell. But I get the meaning. Let's kill God. Oh, my synapses. Ah, my veins and arteries. I probably shouldn't get too close to you. Where are you? Ow. Damn, you all scream real bad. Where's the thing? Oh my god, are you kidding me? Okay, yep. Damn, this is bad. Okay. Wow. I am not equipped appropriately for this. no, no. No, 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 no. Ah! Phase 1, huh? Oh my god, that's terrifying. Whoa, was that it? Seriously? We did it! Okay. Yeah, a hero's fucking end. All its glory.
You complete bastard!
I fucking
This is
knew
your
it!
great plan.
I
Dump me up
fucking
and
knew
die.
it! Yes! Yes!
Yeah, well, here's another one. I'm crashing through the roof to get you. Now move your ass.
Wait, no, Ellie, it's too late. Stay clear of the station.
Yeah, well, you don't really have a say this time. Heads up.
Ah, Ellie! You're a fucking saint! I fucking knew it! They're not gonna fucking check off spaceship Ellie off into space. Come on, get up there then. Ah! Oh, this is sick. Come on, let me in there. Ah! Ah! Come on. Fucking hell. Ah!
I'm trying! I'm trying!
Come on! Oh, this is gonna hurt. With my health that low, I'm gonna thunk to the other side of the spaceship and fucking die. Hey! Ugh. The real hero's end, depending on the people you make connections with. Once again, it was the power of fucking friendship all along. God damn it. What? It's over! Because that's what they meant with the first game with that ending. It's not over, you can't escape, but now it's over! It's over, it's over! We escaped, we did it! We made it past our grief, we made it past our guilt, we let go of our love. She inevitably betrayed us because she was made of space alien death. We fought a super cool Cthulhu monolith. It's over. Fuck yeah. That was awesome. Oh my god, yeah. I said it in the first game, I'll fucking say it again now. The writers of this game are fucking geniuses. Everyone involved with this shit, absolutely fucking incredible. I'm sad I've waited this long to play these games. But, on the other hand, I'm so happy I got to play them with all y'all. Crippling PTSD! Yippee! Yippee, yippee! Ugh. W fucking game indeed. Yeah, I just, I wish I even had more to say. It's just like, it's just so good. It's just so good. Never, like, they didn't take me out of the moment once. It didn't feel like they pulled an unnecessary twist. It didn't feel like their logic, they ever betrayed their own internal logic. The fucking diegetic gameplay, like the rules and the all written in blood across the walls and the way they taught you how to play and the voice acting. Fucking incredible. All incredible. I think I'm gonna go ahead and say that that's my official end for Dead Space, because I feel like 3rd might disappoint me, but you know, I'm still gonna play it. I'm still excited to play it. I'm gonna see about getting a player 2 in there. I might try and convince Kat to do it. But yeah, absolutely incredible. Ugh. And, you know, as much as I love clickers in Life is Strange, the best zombies that science fiction has to offer, I'd say. 3 had that effect on a lot of people, if I remember right. Right, it's just like, you can tell when they've closed off a circuit. And if you add something on top of that, that's okay. It's just like, I feel like you gotta mentally distinguish where it is, right? It's like fucking Jason, right? The first movie was a genuine attempt. Maybe the next few were too. But then you get to Jason in space and it's like, oh, okay, we're just having fun with the character and the IP. That's fine. We can do that. It's just not, it's no longer a part of the same circuit in my mind, right? Two is probably the best in the series. I could definitely see that. I could definitely see that. The 1 remake was very, very good, but this definitely, like, I think there are parts of 1 that could feel a bit like, you know, we don't have to worry about we can value the mechanics and the theme over the main narrative, which I think is fair when you're introducing a world and a horror like this. But the second one, they're like, all right, let's close up every fucking loose end we opened. And they did. And they did perfectly. Honestly, there's not a single, like, dropped ball. And that's fucking incredible in my mind. I won't say 3 was a bad game in the slightest. It just had hella shoes to fill in the wake of how good 2 was. That is fair. That is also fair. I might play 3 and be surprisingly happy with it, you know? I might play 3 and be surprisingly happy with it, but God, what a fucking game. Revisiting the Ishimura was so fun and didn't feel like, I almost, for the briefest moment when we were going back into the Ishimura, it was like, okay, we're like, kind of, we're gonna throw us back into the things of the first game. Did we like run out of shit to do? But no, it was a perfectly encapsulated arc, and it had something to do with the main narrative. And I'll say too, I'm often disappointed when a boss fight can easily disappoint, right? Because you're trying to cap off an entire experience. I expected more phases to that boss fight, but I was not disappointed with that ending. I will say the difficulty of it and the intensity of it, the emotional narrative push of it was all so perfect that as soon as it was over, I didn't feel like I had been cheated out of more game. I felt genuine relief. I was like, oh, thank God, because that was fucking hard and intense, and you can't keep up that intensity for 3 phases. Or, you know, you can't, but it'd be very difficult. It's better to have a shorter boss fight that hits the nail on the head rather than a 3-phase boss fight that feels like you lose the plot in the middle of it, right? Feel like you were astounded that you won. Yeah. No, it was tough. It was fucking tough, and I did not feel well equipped for that fight. I don't know that any 4-weapon loadout would have. I will say, a lot of games want to give you a lot of different weapons and make you feel cool and let you cycle between all of them. Dead Space making you pick 4. I'll say I liked Dead Space's 1's organizational system better, but I see why they went with the one that they did in the original. Like, it's really good at making you feel on edge, you know? I'll say if you had 1's organizational system, but still had it so that you couldn't... No, even then, no, I don't know. They're both good in their own ways. I think I do prefer 1's, but I don't think 2's was so bad that it, like, made it bad. I complained about it a couple times, but it didn't take away from the game. It's a 10 out of 10 game. Easily. So fucking incredible. I'm trying to think of anything else that, like, really stuck out to me in terms of, like, things that I thought I would complain about, but... No? I will say, I missed my minigame. I missed my space basketball. My space, not basketball, what's skee ball? But that's okay. Nothing wrong with that. This also might be my new favorite, I don't know. I'd have to think on it, but honestly, this is rating really high in sci-fi games in fucking general that I've played. I feel like it's fucking zombies in space, right? That's a crazy premise. That's a fucking silly premise, even. But... they never... Sorry, I'm gonna turn down the volume just a little bit on my side. Oh, that doesn't turn it down on your side, though. Hold on. Oops. Hold on. Sorry, totally ruined the moment. Sci-fi side note, how do you feel about giant mechs? I like them. They're tough. They're tough to do in a way that you can take yourself seriously. All these dead children probably broke the foosball table, little shits. True. Aw, these are such cute final messages. Damn. Damn, this was being worked on for a while. Thank you for, after, like, someone says something about for all the missed birthdays. Like, it's crazy sometimes. I don't know. I like letting the credits roll even if I'm not actively reading them, because, like, it's fucking crazy how much work something like this takes. How do you feel about really well-written stories you can clear in around 4 hours? Are you trying to get me to play, fuck, what's it called? I know what you're trying to get me to play, and I'm already down. I'm already beyond down. I forget what I was saying beforehand. But yeah, zombies in space, kind of a crazy premise, a silly premise, even when you really don't think about it.
Control, we have completed the flyby. There's nothing left. I repeat, Titan Station has been completely destroyed.
And the marker?
Negative. Nothing survived this, sir. Marker Site 12 is a total loss.
Pity. Recall all flights and return to base. The other sites will have to pick up the pieces.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Hardcore mode. Jesus. You can only save 3 times? Fuck you, I'm not doing that. I don't hate myself. Ooh, and the marker. Sick. Very sick. Ugh. That's why we're inside a brain for the main menu. It all comes together. It all comes together. Okay. But yeah, from the first game to the second game, the city, the Ishimura, traveling through space, like the mechanics, the guns, the everything lended itself really well to a believable and incredibly cool sci-fi world. And just absolutely fucking nuts. Just from beginning to end. From opening scene, here is a tool that rips things in half. Written in blood on the wall, you have to cut off their limbs. The most metal fucking opening thing. When the gameplay actually starts. It's not the actual opening scene, but you know what I mean. To fucking ripping apart my mind and Nicole like screaming down it, being ripped apart by those fucking children's screamy things. To... just so good. Just so fucking good. The marker was the friends we buzzsawed along the way. True that. True that. Okay. Oh. Incredibly fun. Incredibly fun. I'm gonna pull us over to the punk house. Ah! I don't know why I fell. I didn't even see a bug throw redeem. I think I fell. I think I tripped. Ooh. Wait a minute. Pay no attention. Don't look at my ankles. They're there. There we are. Guys. They ended stream. Okay, that's okay. Thank you so much for joining me on stream in 2 fucking days. Too late for what? In 2 fucking days, we will be starting our Jankathon. I will be working hard to try and make sure it's cool and fun for you guys. We're going to start off with a 10-hour timer, 2 5-hour streams, Wednesday and Thursday. And you guys can extend it as you will. I'm going to say each stream day can be extended to around 6 to 8 hours, right? Depending on, various factors, what time it is, all shit like that. And we will be streaming every day until that timer is complete. This may interrupt other schedules. If, if the subathon, Jankathon ends right before a stream day, we might take that stream day off if I'm fucking beat. But, if it is, as I hope it is, just 2 very long fucking stream days, you'll find me back here Saturday. Yeah, we're gonna knock it out of the fucking park. It's gonna be a good fucking time. Guys, I have had Hoya stream on in the background, and she raided into someone who was playing web fishing, and I was excited to play web fishing, but perhaps for my own benefit, that ended. That was raided into a moth that's playing Phasmophobia. I've never seen them before, but I love a bug. I love a bug. And I love horror. So let's keep these spooky vibes going. /raid. Hello. How do you feel about cool artists? Ooh, wait, hold on. What's up? What do you think? What are you thinking? I do feel good about cool artists. Always. What are you thinking about? Should I not raid right now? Do you have a suggestion? Will I flip a coin? I'm waiting. I'm patient. Mushy Doodles is, if you have no one else, is a great rec. I mean, I have someone else, but I like your rec a lot. So let's check them out really quick. And I like artists. Ah! My evil plan was able to be accelerated? Uh-oh. On by Friday? You scare me. You scare the shit out of me. Okay. I will be rating Mushy Doodles. I am gonna, hold on, really shout out the other person because I feel bad that I'm not rating them. So, you know, if you want to check them out later, put a tab open on them. You could check out Mary Mello. They seem cool. But, nope. Nope, it does exist. I promise it does. Okay, there it is. Okay, anyway. /raid. Mushy Doodles. So you can check out Mary Mello if you feel like seeing another chill bug. And we're gonna check out Mushy Doodles because we love artists and we love Captain. You guys could take the raid message. You could take the normal one. If you're not a freak, you could do other things. If you are raiding and you are not subscribed, go ahead and fucking fill it with your own emotes, please. Fill it with emotes from your own channel if you got one. Please self-advertise. What am I gonna do about it? Stream's over. I can't stop you. Be fucking shameless. We appreciate that here. In any case, thank you so much for being here. I'm excited to start my little jankathon with you, and we're gonna have a great time. We'll probably be playing Darkwood on Wednesday as per usual, but maybe we'll pivot on Thursday. I don't know yet. I plan nothing. Everything is in flux and strange. As if I ever had shit to advertise. True that. All right. In any case, I'm gonna go get some rest. Bye. Love you. Bye. 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 Bye.